I cannot do that here. I need more time. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I lack the needed mana. I need time to prepare that.
An event called the Accursed Ritual, I think is what it's called. You summon a boss, and every time you kill her, she drops 1 exquisite blood. So you definitely want to go in there with a group of 4 people. You kill her 1 time, you get 4 exquisite blood. It's kind of the most tedious material in the entire game to farm, unfortunately, and you could kill the boss 50 times and never get it. I was fortunate enough to get one, but I wouldn't really recommend playing Frozen Orb until you get this. It's going to be really tough in terms of mana, and unless you have like a really well thought out setup and you have really good gear, it's going to be pretty tough without the amulet.
Well, I've been doing this whole time without that. Come on, man.
Not while I'm in town.
Hey, what's up everybody? How you doing? Welcome back to Carpo Gaming and another Diablo 4 Season of Blood video. Well, Lord Seer, well, I got you covered. If you want to know how to spawn him in, and of course, all his unique loot drops, today I got you covered. Let's go! Once again, thanks for watching, everybody. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. If you want to know how to summon Lord Zir, a few things you're going to need first. Now, you're going to need a total of 9 of these things called Exquisite Blood. So, where do you get these Exquisite Blood? They can be found during Legion events. You can get 1. So, you know, whenever you see those Legion events, make sure you're doing, you can get some from there. And sometimes some bosses pop up afterwards as well. But you can get a total of 3 from the World Boss as well. So, make sure you do those. Now, from there, from Kiyosada, you want to head straight over here to the Darkened Way. This is the dungeon that we are heading into in order to spawn Lord Zir. So, here is the boss fight, and this is how it's going to break down. So, Lord Zir, pop those 9 Exquisite Bloods in, and the boss fight starts. Now, he has some devastating attacks. He's going to call on some enemies, but no worries, I got you covered. The main thing you need to do is to stay behind him. He has one initial attack. He's going to swipe at you from the front, of course, and then he's going to come with his 2 hands, and I can face tank him a little bit, but you want to, at least for the rogue, shave your shadow sensor and stay behind him. If you are using those guys, your main objective is to dodge and stay behind him. You can teleport if you are using a sorcerer. There's other options to stay behind him with other classes as well. So, stay behind him. After that, he's going to spawn in some blood orbs and some enemies. If you do
I lack the needed power. I need time to prepare that. once again. Out of mana once again. I'm out of mana. I'm not ready yet.
Lord Seer, you fucker.
I lack the needed mana. Out of mana once again. I'm not ready yet.
Come on, give me that fucking amulet already.
you're looking for a build prior to running Frozen Orb, I'd highly recommend my Firewall build. I will leave a link in the description for that. You can use that all the way up to level 100 if you want, and just have a minion Necromancer help you farm for Lord Zir. But once you get this amulet, you can start blasting with Frozen Orb without any problem. The reason that the amulet is so good, anytime you cast a Frozen Orb, it has a chance to spawn a Conjuration.
Father bless. What do you need?
I'm low on precious mana. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that.
your conjurations
Not
have a
while
chance
I'm
to
in
spawn
town.
frozen orbs. So basically, you frozen orb, it'll spawn a conjuration, and then this conjuration will also spawn more frozen orbs. Unfortunately, I have the lowest roll here, and they actually nerfed it since the PTR, but if you have a higher roll, 50% of your frozen orbs will spawn a conjuration. This pairs very, very nicely with Conjuration Mastery. You can get like up to 5 ranks on the amulet, which gives you multiplicative increased damage per conjuration out, movement speed, which will movement speed cap you, and movement speed gives you crit chance, and mana regeneration. Once the build is perfectly set up, you can get around 13 to 15 conjurations out per second, so you can multiply this number by 13 to 15. But like I said, you can get plus 5 ranks on the amulet, and I only have plus 1. It's also very good because conjurations themselves in the form of Lightning Spear is incredibly powerful. Anytime that they crit, it's going to apply vulnerable for you, so you permanently have vulnerable up, and is going to stun pretty much everything on the map. Also, because you're spawning so many frozen orbs with all of these conjurations, you're just doing a ton of damage, and it's also going to chill enemies and pretty much instantly freeze everything on the map. So you get a lot of raw damage and a ton of crowd control. The biggest problem with this build is actually mana. I'll have a mana section of the video, because that is the biggest problem when you first transition into the build. When it comes to the skills that you want to use, you want Firebolt for Firebolt enchants, because you just get extra damage against enemies that are burning, and it's good for survivability. And the rest of the skills are just classic Sork. Flame Shield for the immunity, and the Unstoppable. Ice Armor is good, because there's a new node where anytime you spend mana, it reduces the cooldown while it's active, and when Ice Armor is active, you get mana regen, and it's just nice for the barrier. But this is probably the only skill I'd recommend swapping out. Teleport, we always want teleport, damage reduction, movement speed. And then on the actual bar, I have Ice Blades. This could also be Lightning Spear, but Ice Blades you can spam a little bit more because it has inherent cooldown reduction. And then I have Unstable Currents. This is just for fighting bosses for the attack speed. This is pretty optional, and if you're having mana problems, you don't want to use Unstable Currents, you'll just throw Lightning Spear on the bar. We have the talent points into Lightning Spear because when we throw out our Frozen Orbs, we are spawning the Lightning Spear, therefore getting the value out of the vulnerable here, and also stunning enemies. I'll just real quickly go over the skill points. The build link will be in the description, of course. So we go into Frozen Orb, and then we want the mana restoration. We already have vulnerable with our Lightning Spear, so the mana here is really key. And then we go Devastation and Elemental Dominance for increased damage, Teleport damage reduction, Ice Armor for the mana and cooldown reduction, and then Glass Cannon for raw damage. Protection, very good for permanent barrier uptime, which we need for our legendaries, and for survivability. Mana Shield, obviously 24% DR. And then Conjuration Mastery. Like I said, on the amulet, you can get this up to plus 5 ranks.
Not while I'm in town.
I appreciate that.
So this is like your bread and butter
Not
right here.
while
This is the
I'm in
scaling of the
town.
build. Then Devouring Blaze, so we get extra crit damage against.
Yeah. I'm sticking my tongue in. That feels so weird. Oil Lily X100.
Enemies that are on fire, which they are because of Firebolt enchant. And then we get Permafrost for damage, Hoarfrost, and Icy Touch for damage, and then I have the 2 points into Unstable Currents just for the attack.
I cannot
Fucking
do that
stupid
here.
ass build, bro. Fuck this shit, man.
attack speed fighting bosses. When it comes to your key passive, for a while I was using Avalanche, which is kind of nice, but our lucky hit is pretty low, and the only time we will really need this is kind of quickly go over legendaries. There's a bit of variability here. This is currently what I have. Once you get perfect gear, things are masterwork, greater affixes, etc., you can swap some of this stuff around, but I'm just going to go over generally what you guys want to be looking out for. So when it comes to aspects, you want to have the Frozen Orbit aspect. Frozen Orbit explodes extra times. This is just a ton of extra damage. You want Conceited aspect, damage while you have a barrier up. You want Storm Swell. This is somehow, I've only gotten a 19% Storm Swell, but this is just 30% increased damage. Shredding Blades aspect giving you vulnerable damage apparently is bugged and only gives you half of the value, so you don't want to look out for that. And I recommend accelerating aspect. Later on you might not need accelerating, but the build feels really bad with low attack speed. You can, instead of accelerating, go for Shredding Blades if you want, or Aspect of Control, but
I cannot do that here.
I hate having no attack speed, so I go for accelerating. And then I have Taurasha, which is just additional damage. Alternative to Taurasha, you can have a resource legendary, or like I said, you could have Aspect of Shredding Blades or Aspect of Control. And then of course you want the amulet. Highly recommend getting Esu's Heirloom as soon as possible. Otherwise, you just want a movement speed legendary, but you'll basically movement speed cap yourself all the time, so this is effectively 30% crit chance, and it comes with mana cost reduction on it, which is really nice. For damage reduction legendaries, Ever Living is the best you can get, just 25% DR. All the time. Disobedience early on is really good so that you can armor cap. Cap yourself. You don't really want to use Juggernaut because that's going to increase your evade cooldown, and you want to be evading with Esu's Heirloom to get the movement speed cap for crit chance, but it's kind of min-maxy, don't worry about it. If you're having trouble reaching armor cap, use Juggernaut, but later on, once you get enough affixes that are tempered with armor and you get armor on your gear, you won't need a armor affix at all, and you could just go into more damage reduction. I just have Disobedience, and then on the pants, I have Concentration, which is DR whenever you cast a Conjuration skill. Alternatively to that, you can use Tibalt's Will for 20% increased damage, and you get damage reduction from close enemies on that as well, but you will lose out on some flat armor, intelligence, and max HP. When it comes to rolls on gear, this is still somewhat in the air because there's some min-maxing to be done, but this is what I found to be the best currently. On the helmet, I'd recommend getting intelligence, mana per second, and cooldown reduction, and you could swap out one of those damage rolls like intelligence for max HP if you prefer. I was unfortunate enough to not get cooldown reduction, but I quite like this. The 6 mana per second is huge for me. On the chest, you also pretty much want the same thing. Intelligence, max HP, mana per second. On the gloves, mine are terrible. You want ranks to Frozen Orb, and hopefully that's a greater affix, attack speed, and crit chance. You can only get attack speed on gloves and ring, and one of our rings is taken up with Taurasha, so attack speed anywhere you can get it is really nice, and that is why we use a one-hand. I'll get into that in a second. On the pants, if you're not using Tibalt's Will, you want intelligence, max HP, and Armor, alternative to armor, there's not really anything good on pants, to be honest. Boots, you want Esu's Heirloom, or you can just get normal boots with like movement speed. I don't know, nothing else is really that good on boots. For your weapon, you either want a wand or a dagger, it doesn't really matter. You want a one-hander because a staff is going to have less attack speed and it feels really, really bad. It has 1.0 attack speed, so you lose 20% attack speed, and with a one-hander, you can use an offhand that has crit chance, and you can get intelligence on it, and you can get cooldown reduction on the offhand, which is really nice. So I would not recommend using a staff. On your one-hander, you want intelligence. They really nerf what you can get on the one-hander. It's kind of unfortunate. There's not really that much good stuff, to be honest. You can get int, crit damage, max HP, and if you want to swap max HP for percent damage for like a tiny bit of extra damage, you can. Life on hit is like okay if you want healing. Chance to restore resource is okay if you're still having mana problems, but you shouldn't need it. For the offhand, you want to have int and crit chance, which is the most important thing. And for the third thing, you can get cooldown reduction. Resource cost reduction is okay if you're having mana problems. Mana on kill you should not need because you should only run out of mana against bosses, and even then I don't have that problem anymore. So I would prefer to have cooldown reduction here. Chance to restore resources okay, but really make sure you get the crit chance and the int. That's really good. On the rings, these are set in stone. You want attack speed, crit chance, and intelligence. I guess I forgot to mention tempering, so my bad. When it comes to the tempering affixes, just supplement with armor or max HP if you need it on like any of your defensive pieces. On all of your offensive pieces, just go for cold damage, and then utility you can either go for lucky hit chance of like daze or something for more boss dagger, or just stun slash freeze duration. You want cold damage. Or vulnerable damage on your weapons. Cold damage and vulnerable damage are essentially the same because you're permanently applying both of these. However, you want to make sure to get a good amount of cold because Frigid Fate and Paragon Board is going to scale off cold damage, and you just want to make sure that this is capped. But once this is capped, vulnerable damage and cold damage are the same. When it comes to your weapon tempers, the biggest thing you can possibly get is chance of frozen or projectiles to cast twice. You will need this. This drastically increases your damage with 40% chance for frozen or to cast twice. And when you're upgrading it, ideally this is where the master gets one. And same thing, you just want cold damage and temper on the ring, you want resource cost reduction. That's pretty much it for the build. If you are speed farming dungeons, I highly recommend using Elixir of Momentum. 45% movement speed is pretty insane. You just cycle your dungeons. But you may have some mana issues when running into bosses using that. So craft Elixir of Resources is insane. I'm not sure if there's a level 3 version, but crafting these is super cheap. I'll just show you guys real quick. You can do this right off the rip. The second that you swap those builds, I would instantaneously start crafting these. Advanced elixirs. I don't think you can get a level 3, but like it costs absolutely nothing. Just craft these, go farm some herbs if you need to. The build is way better with this. 20% reduction is drastically going to improve your quality of life with this build. When it comes to gems, getting resistance cap is pretty easy. I have the Paragon board set up to where you can very easily get your resistance cap. I guess I forgot to mention tempering, so my bad. When it comes to the tempering affixes, just supplement with armor or max HP reduction on the offhand, which is really nice. So I would not for the offhand, this is taking one of those damage rolls like intelligence.
I need time to prepare that.
instructions for max HP. These glyphs are just full send max HP, and later on you won't need as much armor rolls, and you can just get a crazy amount of max HP, and that will be your best bet. You can probably get over like 25,000 max HP, but I'm not like full survivability oriented right now. Right now I'm pretty early on to the process, and I am needing a lot towards the end. Paragon board will be posted over on the website. This is a level 100 version of it. If you need like a level 1, let me know and I'll try to focus on that and make one, but this one is pretty focused on getting a lot of damage reduction without having to sacrifice much damage. Credit to MD821, I don't know if he even cares, but credit to him. I pretty much stole this from him. It's very similar to how I would set it up, so I really like how he did it, and I swapped around some glyphs. Right? You get a ton of damage reduction. I need to level up this glyph, so you get a ton of damage reduction, a ton of glyphs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 glyphs, and you get a lot of these nodes which are really, really powerful. In the form of Ice Ball, 15% damage, Frigid Fate, 30% damage. And these glyphs are just really good. That's pretty much it for the build. If you have any questions, feel free to check them out over on Twitch, and just leave a comment down below. Hopefully you guys found it helpful. If you did, please drop a like on the button. Actually, let's run a pit run real quick. That's what I was going to do. We'll run a pit run live for you. I haven't done...
I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare.
I can't believe I did all those.
I need time to prepare.
I didn't get one fucking drop. That is so fucked.
do that. My burden is too great. My burden is too great.
I can't believe.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Let us steal. For when words fail. Well struck. take it off your hands? Show your teeth. This will do nicely.
Sure.
Not while I'm in town. Not while I'm in town. I cannot do that here. I cannot do that here. I cannot do that here. Not while I'm in town. Not while I'm in town. while I'm in town.
What's up, guys? War here. Good morning. Welcome. What's up, guys? War here. It is the morning, and we are getting some videos done. So today, what's up, guys?
Oh, Riz? Can't wait. I don't know.
War here. Welcome back to the channel. So today I'm going to go over a lot of strategies to farm that precious gold. Okay, we all know that gold has been a serious commodity this season, and it's a real struggle when you're trying to upgrade things and master work, and when you're trying to re-roll, you do your Paragon board and all these things, and it costs a lot, especially enchanting at the occultist. Even though the cap's 10 million, I still think it's in a solid spot, but gold is definitely a necessity. You just go through it very quickly. So I'm going to go over a couple different strategies to help you guys farm a lot of gold this season, and hopefully you'll be up to in the millions or hundreds of millions or billions.
Well, I'm gonna try.
Of gold, so that way you don't have to worry about it anymore. Now, before we get into a couple of the strategies here, I do want to say that the devs are changing the cost of some of the gold, especially when it comes to master working here, which is awesome. This was in the patch notes yesterday. We have a video on the channel if you guys want to check that out. But they are changing the gold costs for master working here, which is really nice. It has gone down, which is good. So hopefully that will help us and not use all of our gold, but we still have to use some of it, right? Because it still needs to feel a good balance. So they did change this and reduced it. The first 4 ranks are unchanged. Rank 5 is 50,000 less, and then rank 8 is 200,000 less. So it's a little bit less. So let's go ahead and jump into the few different strategies that I have for you guys, and let's go over the ones that we have here. I have a few gold strategies. The best gold farming methods is selling, Tree of Whispers, or Nightmare and Pits, which will in turn go to selling. So first, let's talk about Tree of Whispers, because this is probably the biggest one. It's not the best in my opinion, but it's still very good. I still think selling is probably going to be a little bit better, but let's go over Tree of Whispers. So Tree of Whispers, of course, we all know you got to max out your Grim Favor, which we have here. So let's go over to Tree of Whispers, and we're talking about a few different things that kind of happened, at least in my experience, with turning the Tree of Whispers in this season. So if you turn it into a normal tree, it seems to be anywhere from 3 to 6 million, roughly. It's somewhere in between there. I don't know if that chart is completely random. And then I've had greater caches that have gotten me 11 million. So I don't know if it's just completely random or if it's a set amount again. Because remember, the last couple seasons, in season 3 and season 2, if you opened a normal cache, this is actually perfect for the video. If you guys opened up a normal cache, remember it was 4 million gold every time you opened it, no matter what, in World Tier 4. So you can kind of do some math and assume hey, if I can do 10 Tree of Whisper turn-ins in an hour, 10 times 4, that's 40 million gold. You know, that's a lot of gold. So I think the numbers have either fluctuated or they've just given us a range. Like, hey, regular is 3 to 6 million, and you know the higher ones is 8 million to 12 million, and then chaos is even more than that, I think, or greater chaos, I should say, greater collection of chaos. Regular collection of chaos, I think, is still 8 million, which is really nice. So this is actually really perfect for the video. So then that brings me into the 3 different layers here. So this is probably 3 to 6 million. This is somewhere around 8 million. Now, again, guys, these are just rough estimates here from what I've been kind of gathering as I've been doing my Tree of Whisper turn-ins. If you guys have some more definitive numbers or something that's, you know, for sure, like, hey, every single time I've opened this, I've calculated. I've just got some variations. That could just be me. I'm not sure. But this is somewhere around 8 million. And then the greater ones have been 8 million plus. So then it comes down to, well, which do you pick to get the most gold when you turn in? Obviously, it is all dependent on which one you get, but you always want to do greater no matter what. If you get a greater collection of chaos, you always take that because it's going to be the most amount of gold. So in this scenario, this is perfect. You'd go like level 1, level 2, level 3. And then if it was a greater collection of chaos, it's level 4. So we're going to open the greater collection of two-handed weapons here. I'm going to go ahead and move my inventory slot over. And you guys are going to see how much gold we get. We're at 64 million. All right. And we go to 70 million, 71 million. So we gained 7 million from that greater cache. 7 mil. Which doesn't seem like a lot, but it definitely is. I would just probably say that the greater collection is even more than that. But again, this feels random because last season, that greater cache was always 8 million plus no matter what. It was a guaranteed 8 million plus. However, even 7 million gold a pop, if you could do 10 Tree of Whisper turn-ins and be getting anywhere from 3 to 10 million gold per turn-in, that's a lot of gold in an hour. So I still think Tree of Whispers is good. I just wish that it was a little bit more definitive. It seems so random on how much you get. You guys let me know down in the comments below how your Tree of Whisper turn-ins have been. Not with the bug, but you know, just in general when you've actually got the gold back, because I know that was a big issue. Next on the list, guys, of course, that I've talked about is selling. So see, as I said, anywhere from 3 to 11 million. It's completely random. Selling. This is probably the most consistent way to get gold. And I'm going to talk about a few different things here and why selling is very important and why it seems so different and why it seems like we have less gold.
Sure.
So one, the biggest change to gold selling is the fact that our inventory here, as well as our stash, isn't full. When we're doing different pieces of content in the game, you're not filling up your inventory as much as you did before because of all the yellows. You're not really looking at them once you get into all the legendaries, etc., right? You're only going to pick up the legendaries. Now, with that said, you're not...
Hi everyone, so Season 4 has been out for a little while, and the most common complaint I hear from people all the time is, how do I get gold? I'm constantly broke. And I gotta say, I feel you. So after blasting 2 rogues to 100 and farming the pit and farming the hell tides and whatever, I'm sitting here with like 150 million gold, and people think that's a lot. And I have like my items masterwork to like 4 and 6 and 5 and maybe 1 to 8 or so. And that's pretty much about it. Turns out the gold cost for all this stuff is quite substantial, and you really want to make sure to get as much as possible. Because if you look at this, for example, masterworking, for example, a rank 4 item already costs 450k gold per pop, including the mats. So that also is part of the deal. And then, for example, a master rank 8 item is 2 million for going to rank 9. And I think the last rank is like 10 million from 11 to 12. And that's just one try, because originally we expected that we would be able to, like, you know, just farm the pit, farm those materials and masterwork our gear over and over until we get the right masterwork crits on the right stats, because sometimes there is stuff that is just kind of useless. So for example, here on my pants I hit the poison res, and I was already poison res capped anyway, so I don't want to increase that stat, of course. In that case, I would have to reset that thing, which, by the way, also costs 5 million gold. So now is the question, how do you actually get all that gold? And it
Oh shit. Too late. 48,000.
don't understand. Way to protect my home.
I'm not ready yet.
turns out, well, it's just not really all that fast. I've done a bit of testing here, so last night I tried this out on like a pretty fast build. I was playing Barrage Rogue, and I tried to do Whispers in order to get that gold. Whisper caches were designed to give you a lot of gold, so that's kind of like the easy way out here, but it turns out you can't really farm that much of it. So I timed this a little bit, and if you go for only good whispers and don't really waste the time on like these one whisper objectives, complete a random event in the middle of nowhere that you spend like 3 minutes on, then you can farm something like around 1 million gold per minute or so. So this is like my finding here at least. So for example, always going for like the triple whispers like Harvest or these rituals, or sometimes, you know, world bosses give you 5, sometimes the legions give you 3, and they can, you know, rush there towards the end of the legion, spend like 2 minutes, and these kind of things. So if you do like a whisper turn in really quickly in around 6 minutes, then you can expect something like 50-60 million gold per hour farming whispers. Now that is not really such a crazy amount, but it does kind of do the trick in order to get enough gold to masterwork an item close to rank 12, for example. But it is still quite a grind if you think that you have like 9 to 13 gear slots or so, depending on the class and build. So you have to kind of expect a whisper grinding of roughly 10 hours or so, or more, maybe a bit more, per gear setup, per build that you're trying to masterwork to rank 12. So it's quite a substantial amount after all. So what this means is that you generally want to be very smart about choosing the items that you want to masterwork. You can definitely try to masterwork them into like 4 or maybe 8. If it's like some decent item like this bow here, for example, it doesn't have a greater affix, but it has a really high roll on my main stat, the Heartseeker projectiles, and has generally all the stats that I want. So it's okay to masterwork this up a little bit, but I would not go beyond 8, for example, on this bow, because I will replace it at some point with 0 greater affixes. That will happen at some point. So I'm kind of just like saving up now for a better weapon, and then eventually I will take that and try to masterwork it. And it's kind of the same story with some of these other items that I have here. They have like maybe 1 greater affix, but not really perfect rolls, or they're missing like a certain thing. So you don't want to like over invest into some of these. Getting to like rank 4 is a pretty easy thing to do, and then it gets costlier and costlier, and each rank that they try to increase on all of your gear just becomes so much more of an obstacle. So what I actually did is that I mostly upgraded them all to 4, and then 1 by 1 all together. So I did like 4 to get like the first masterwork crit on all of them, and then I did like 5, 5, 5, and then 6, 6, 6, and so on, until, you know, I kind of like decided, okay, let's tweak the weapon a little bit because it's the most important one here, and leave the rest where it is. Not only that, but you also kind of want to minimize the spending on some of the other gold things that are in the game, namely imprinting. Now, when it comes to actually farming those whispers, some tips I can give you is that you should always go for the bigger whispers. So first of all, you should always skip the dungeons. While they give you 5 green favors, the dungeons just take too long, even if you're pretty fast. You have to run there, you have to go through it, you don't really get any breach in there. Sometimes it may be a nightmare dungeon, that could be worth it if you still want to level a glyph or something like that. Then if you happen to have a sigil, or maybe craft like a handful of sigils, and luck. But in the grand scheme of things, I do not recommend doing the dungeon whispers, even though they give 5. So they just take too long for, you know, what you would actually get out of them. So what I really like to do is harvest whispers. So those are by far the best in my opinion, because you can usually combine them with some other whispers. So for example here, you go to text.do, you write down, then you can do this seller here right away. Even if it has an event in there, it takes like a minute or so. And an event can also drop you extra loot, extra boss materials, so it's kind of nice these days to use sellers when there's a whisper. And then you can go for example for this corpse event. So you can do this corpse event here, that usually gives you a bunch of kills for the harvest, and if you're not too close to finishing the harvest, maybe do the second one. There's another one here, or you do the event there. I wouldn't really do these one whisper events that often if there's no harvest nearby, unless you kind of like ride past it. Like you go down there or anyway, let's say, and you ride straight to this one. Yeah, I would probably do it. but usually you just try to do something on the way to filling that harvest objective. And then you go there, do this thing, and you come out with like 6-7 Grim Favors completed in like 2-3 minutes or so. Kind of similar story here. If you look at those Kazakhstan whispers right now, for example, there's again a harvest here. And we have also rituals. I like doing rituals because you just kind of ride around. There's like one here, one there, one here or something. And maybe you can try to also combine this with like a route straight through, for example, this corpse there. So you can do this corpse, get your harvest deposit here, and then get like 3 whispers, 6, 7, and then you just leave the area again. And you can do this also in like 3 minutes or so. So sometimes this is really fast. When you ride around, just trying to combine a few of those whispers, do like 1 or 2 of these corpse kills, or do like slay objective here. But you wouldn't really like ride over from this harvest, then all the way get those 20 skeletons or 20 scorpions, and then right over here to do the other corpse. It's just too far. And if you don't complete another bigger objective meanwhile, it's just not really good. So usually always have at least one of those 3 Grim Favor objectives here, like the harvest or the rituals, sometimes even both. It can happen that there's none of them. In that case, I probably wouldn't go there at all unless it's really desperate to go. But there's one Grim Favor objective that's kind of like, I don't know, you can't count them all. So I would really stay away from those. And going by that strategy, you can kind of clean up the entire world map in like 15 to maybe 20 minutes or so. Just going around, spending 3-4 minutes here, and then spending 3-4 minutes there, and 3-4 minutes here, and so on. And you go through all the areas, and you have completed like 3 turn-ins, maybe 4 turn-ins, or something like that. Some other really good whispers that you can do occasionally are also the PvP whispers. There's like one where you get 5 and you kill the abomination, and then you get 3 for purifying. Purifying might be a bit tricky depending on the server population, if there's a lot of stuff going on in the PvP zone, but at least just TPing there, killing the abomination really quick, that is really good. So at least on hardcore that is very consistent because no one goes there on hardcore, but even on softcore you can try to just TP there, see if like you can do it. This whisper only turns up like every few days or so, so it's like a really nice 5 Grim Favors really quickly, but you have to wait a long time for them to respawn. And lastly, there's the Helltide stuff. So one thing I can also really recommend is every time you see the Blood Maiden, you want to go there and do it. So try to remember where those Blood Maiden spawns are. So for example here in the peak zone, I think it's somewhere around here in this area. You can only see it when you're kind of close, and every time there is like one of those Blood Maiden objectives, I'll definitely go there and do it. It's a kind of long whisper event, however, it's quite valuable in general. So especially if you contribute a heart, if you get out loot, you get a bunch of cinders, you can maybe open a chest, and so on. So it's kind of like a nice package. I would always do the Blood Maiden. And in general, if you're still farming Helltide at level 100, which I guess you would kind of stop doing at some point, generally, but it may be okay to also go there sometimes when there's also other whispers. So for example here, in this Helltide, there are normal whispers on top of the Helltide stuff. So again, here's a harvest, for example. So you can go there, do the Blood Maiden, collect your harvest stuff, turn this in, maybe do a corpse on the way, and suddenly have another Grim Favor turn. Another thing to be a bit smart about is also like that you don't want to overcut your Grim Favor sometimes. So you always see here at the bottom you have those Grim Favor counter, so now it says 1 out of 10. And if you reach 10, then you have to go back to the whisper 3, and then you have to turn again. However, if you're, for example, at 9, and then you complete a harvest that gives you 2, you're going to be at 12. And those extra 2 will be saved for the next round. So sometimes it may actually work to try to like do the right order of those whispers so that you don't have to repeat yet again. So it always takes time, you have to go through a loading screens, you have to come back, and so on. So it may be worth, for example, if I'm arriving here and I have, let's say, 7 out of 10, then I do the corpse, then I do the event, but I may not go into the cellar because I will be at 9, and instead I just go to the harvest, finish this, I'm at 12, I go turn in, and I leave the area. So in that case, you would have to go to the cellar, TP, turn it in, because you're gonna hit the cap, and then you have to come back, go through another loading screen, and go here, and that also doesn't really make it worth it. So you want to kind of check where you are with your Grim Favors and make sure you don't waste your time teleporting too much. Now on top of all of this, there is also the option to actually sell gold to the vendors. So that's actually what I've been doing as well a lot. So whenever I had an inventory of items, you can just mark them here with space, for example, like this. And at least when you don't have to expect any legendary powers anymore, then you can just go to a vendor and sell them. And you see they actually give a lot of gold here. An individual legendary item can be like 50k gold, 80k gold, 100k gold. It's quite a bit that comes out of this. You have like 33 slots in the inventory. If you sell an entire inventory of legendaries, that can be like 2-3 million gold or so. That's like almost one regular Whisper turn-in or so, or half of a Chaos Cache. So this is actually pretty valuable, and even yellow items, I actually started picking them up again and just insta-mark them for trash and just vendor them every time I go back to town. Yellows are generally not worth as much as legendaries, but they are still kind of fine, and you can get like 20k, 30k, 50k gold or so per yellow as well. So even a full inventory of yellows can be something like 1 million or so gold. This is also valuable when you're just, for example, farming Helltides. In Helltides there's a lot of loot dropping, and I will just constantly pick up all the items and then mark them immediately. Everything that's not legendary, you can just mark them because you would never use them. You just render them, and then maybe the legendaries will break down if you still need a bunch of materials. But at some point you just don't need more cards. I have 1,000 or 2,000 of everything, and that is plenty. That will never run out basically at this point, unless I go really ham on like tempering and upgrading and all that. But if you ever run low on these materials, it's easy to get them again, so I wouldn't worry about it. So those two things are basically the main way to acquire gold in the game currently. Now you do get a bit of gold from just like running pits and running nightmare dungeons. I think there's like some extra reward at the end, but it doesn't really add up to that much. So it's mostly whispers whenever they are ready. And as I said, you can maybe farm them for like 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes or so at a time, and then you have to kind of wait until they respawn. They respawn every 1.5 hours per zone, so it's like rotating around basically on that timer. And every around 1.5 hours or so, you could try to do like another round throughout the entire map and complete some of the good whispers. And of course there is the last option, which is also trading. So if you happen to find a really good item, you can also try to get gold from other people. Now, of course, we don't actually produce gold, so someone else has to farm that gold then, but it is also another option. And on that occasion, I actually want to give a shout out to my sponsors, the Crimson Market. They have been with us for a while already. There's also Rags, for example, and they have built this pretty awesome Diablo 4 trading platform here that I want to show off real quick. So if you want to try to buy or sell an item, you can go here. You can use the new updated magic search, where you just type any stat or item name or anything you want really, and you can filter for it right here. There's no like drop down filters. You just type, for example, here vulnerable damage glove, or rapid fire glove, or whatever, or like a certain unique item, for example, and you can go and filter for it. All you have to do is set your mode, so hardcore, softcore, season eternal, and that is it. And then you can just trade here. You can make, for example, a Discord account and have your messages there. So at the beginning of the class as well, to try to buy and sell certain items. It's quite easy and hardcore, and that's where it's going to be being valid there. They have also connected this trading site with my Discord, for example, and other Discords. And I think they're on a lot of different Discords in the Diablo community with those trading channels. They are all synced among each other and with the trading site as well. So you can directly go and type something here on the Discord and have, for example, an offer here, and then use these commands, and this will all link together with the training platform. So pretty easy and very nice tool in order to get the items you want. Finally, the Crimson Market also has their loyalty club, where they do regular big giveaways and offer some extra perks for their members. So there's a lot of stuff that they're working on right now.
Are you tired of being a broke boy? Or did you spend all of your hard-earned money on decking out your rogue baddie in lingerie? Either way, I've got you covered. I'm currently sitting on 6.3 billion gold with pretty mediocre efforts. And now it's time for you to do that as well. I've got a bunch of tips to share, and I'll be dividing them into 3 categories. Ethical, kind of ethical, and finally, bit of a dick move, but who gives a shit? Let's start with the ethical ones. And first, we have the obvious one. Selling items. Yeah, no shit, right? Yeah. But I want to share 3 tips here. The first one being Blood Maiden blasting. This is currently the fastest way of obtaining loot. Since I'm a piece of shit, I typically do this while AFK on my Necro. You either just run to the boss here, pop a heart, and hope to gain some lovely friends to help you, or you can join the Sanctuary Diablo 4 Discord to find some buddies to play with. Either way, it's the best way to obtain loot. Come and see. Just don't forget to pop that profiled mine cage for insane amounts of cinders. The second tip being, you typically don't want to do this on your main character. And why is that? Well, that's due to the Iron Wolf rep, obviously. By completing the tier 17 reward, and even some of the others, you'll obtain a fuck ton of materials that you can sell for up to 100 millions or so. You may also know that the final reward will grant you a resplendent spark, which you can use to craft an uber unique. So if you want an alt, then this is the way, but you can also just get a buddy or whatever and boost up the same character that you already have, if you want to get loot for your main. Doing hell tides are also absolutely bonkers when it comes to selling items, but more on that later. Another tip I have for when it comes to farming is to just sell everything you obtain that isn't of value. You definitely want to salvage Codex of Power upgrades, which you can easily see on this icon right here. Other than that, just sell that shit to the vendor. A full inventory of items should net you a couple of million gold every time, and you shouldn't need to worry about materials all that much if you've been salvaging items before. Either way, if you ever run out, just start salvaging again. The items that grant you the most gold here are unique items, followed by legendary items and lastly yellow items. So I always sell these new items regardless if I get material or not, since they're so insanely valuable to the vendor for something. Farming, you can't forget to stock items. You may know that this is the best way to farm for gold yourself, but are there any ways to make this even better? Hell yeah, there is. Firstly, some whispers are insanely easy to do. These are mainly these ones. I also recommend doing the L-time with building a section of medium and world bosses. Doing these will grant you a few million gold rather quickly. This is rather boring, however, and is why I mainly recommend you just to do the good ones as they're up. Now, if you enjoy doing whispers, then by all means keep doing them, but a lot of them are pretty dog. For example, the dungeon ones. Sure, they grant you 5 grim favors, but they also take a couple of minutes to complete. The ones that are only 1 grim favor are also absolutely horrible, so I definitely recommend staying away from those unless they are within a hell tide. Before doing whispers, however, make sure that you head into the seasonal journey first and max out the Urn of Whisper's Blessing, as that will grant you more legendary caches. These are the best ones with one exception, the Chaos Catches. These are the ones that obtain the most gold, regardless if they're epic or not. Alright, and now we're heading into the semi-ethical territory which are related to trading. You fuck off, please, I'm trying to pet the dog. And why are they semi-ethical? Well, shit, son. That's all in how you decide to use these tips. Firstly, we have the ethical tip of just selling your looted items. I recommend doing this on the Crimson Market as it's so insanely easy to use. This is how I made most of my gold, and I think it's easiest to show how I do it via an example. So let's say we have this item. Not only a humble brag, but we know that people are playing the Big Daddy Golem this season, and Golem Mastery ranks are mandatory for that build. So firstly, we're going to sign in via battle here. We then take a second to appreciate the dedication of Rax to hide his bald spots. Click Diablo 4. Then we need to find out roughly how much value this chest has, so we'll start with some scouting. Make sure that the website is set to the correct realm and mode, which should be softcore, unless you enjoy torturing yourself a La Ruby style. We then make sure that the search bar is on equipment, because in the material tab, you have boss materials, elixirs, and shit. Now simply type in what you're looking for, which is Golem Mastery in this example. I'm going to sort by greater affixes since that's what I have. We need to do all of this, or else you'll get fucked by a toxic rat such as myself that know its true value. We then find one with the correct ranks. Alright, so it's a few 100 million. I then either put it up for offer, or just set a buyout that around the same price as the others. Typically someone will come in and offer anyways, so it usually never hurts. You do this by screenshotting the item in game, then simply pressing Ctrl V on the keyboard when you're on the site. And if you're playing on console, then I don't know, take a photo with your phone on whatever. Just try to face the camera away from your dick. Whenever you get an offer, you should receive a message up here along with all of your other messages. All right, so that's how you sell items. I definitely recommend scouting through the current top builds before doing this as well, in case you don't know anything about trading. Typically, this is faster than listing every goddamn item in your inventory, so you know what people need. The top ways to find these builds are currently the max roll tier list, as well as Mobalytics tier list, since they're the most popular. They do, however, miss a few builds, since there are hundreds of them, so always make sure to scout first in case you have something of insane value. And if this is too much for you, then I have yet another tip. You could mainly just focus on amulets, for example, since they're usually of highest value. Then you'd only need to keep track of a few affixes, and always gamble amulets by the Obol guy. But even if you decide to do this, there are some general affixes that are insane that you need to focus on in the other gear pieces. The ones that are always the most expensive are skill ranks, since they're so insanely hard to find. For example, Golem Mastery and Hellbent Commander for Necromancers, but generally, crit chance and attack speed are also of insane value for all classes. And now in this particular season, crit damage and vulnerable damage are also of insane value, since they're a Barb and Rogue's best friend. Okay, by far the easiest to farm and sell, however, are boss materials. The ones that are easiest to obtain are obviously living steel, meaning no one buys that shit. But if you go to kill Grigloire and farm him, then you'll make 1 million or 2 per shard of agony instead. Same goes for the Varshan materials. If you just run in and one-shot that guy, then you'll have 2 million or so per run. If you want to make some serious bank, however, then you sell full Uriel sets. These are typically what I buy for around 7 million each, both containing 2 eggs and 2 shards. If you're selling these, you may even get a visit from Mr. Paragaming himself, considering he usually buys a shit ton of these. Selling Stygian stones are still extremely lucrative as well, if you happen to find some in the pit. Before we leave trading, I want to give you a somewhat piece of shit tip, and that is flipping items. This is by far the most lucrative of all gold tips, except for buying gold, of course, but screw that. I do this only once in a while since I feel like an asshole for doing it, but if you see an item that is severely undervalued, then just buy that shit and resell it. While we're over here at the Crimson Market, we can't forget that they have their Insane Club that you can join as well. They're giving away a PC every month, and this one is a massive wall PC. I'm a member here, and I definitely recommend everyone else to become one as well. All right, and now we're heading into the kind of dick move territory, and that's obviously boosting newbies. To do this easily, you'll go over to the Sanctuary Diablo 4 website and press Services. Here, you'll find all the different ways to boost newbies. You simply find something that entices you, and then you'll do it yourself. There are, however, different kinds of boosts that suits different kinds of classes. For example, if you're playing a Bash Barb, then you can easily boost Lilith or the Pit. If you're a Cringe Lord, however, then you're slow as hell, and you could do some tormented bosses instead. This is what I did this season to obtain all of the Ubers, and I'll show you how with an example. As of recording, the Stygian stones are roughly 25 million each, and the Duriel sets 7 million each or whatever. So killing Duriel once should be around 70 million then. The thing is, though, that you can easily bring in 3 newbies and force them to give you 35 million each, granting you a whopping 30 mil profit per run along with unlimited Ubers. Yep, that's correct. This video will probably end up in the trash on YouTube, meaning no one knows about this, and you can use it while it lasts. Enjoy. My favorite way to boost newbies, however, is to just bring in people to whatever I'm doing. Okay, not all the time, but when I'm doing nightmare dungeons or pit, for example. If I need to run some nightmare dungeons, then I'll bring in some shit newbies that need glyph experience. If I need the pit, then bring in some newbies there. And then tormented bosses, of course. Alright friends, that's all the tips for today. Drop a sub, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, it's Drax. Diablo 4 Season 4 has been out for a little while, and the
I cannot do that here.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Nick2. Today I wanted to make a real quick video showing you guys my Frozen Orb Sorcerer after pretty much a day of playing. I've been just completely this is taken up fortunate. You can running into bosses using that. So craft elixir of resourcefulness reduction again here is more because it has inherent cooldown reduction. And then I have unstable currents. This is just for fighting bosses for the attack speed. This is pretty role here, like season 4 conjuration max spawn more. And just have a minion necromancer help you farm for Lord Zir. But once you get this amulet, you can start blasting with Frozen Orb without any problem. The reason that the amulet is so good, anytime you cast a Frozen Orb, it's 50% per conjuration spawn duration. This pairs very, very nicely with conjuration. Mastery, you can get like up to 5 ranks on the amulet, which gives you multiplicative increased damage per conjuration out, movement speed, which will movement speed cap you, and movement speed gives you crit chance, and mana regeneration. Once the build is perfectly set up, can get around 13 to 15 conjurations out per second, so you can multiply this number by 13 to 15. But like I said, you can get +5 ranks on the amulet, and I only have +1. It's also very good because conjurations themselves in the form of lightning spear is incredibly powerful. Anytime that they crit, it's going to apply vulnerable for you, so you permanently have vulnerable up, and it is going to stun pretty much everything on the map. Also, because you are spawning so many frozen orbs with all of these conjurations, you're just doing a ton of damage, and it's also going to chill enemies and pretty much instantly freeze everything on the map. So you get a lot of raw damage and a ton of crowd control. The biggest problem with this build is actually mana. I'll have a mana section of the video because that is the biggest problem when you first transition into the build. When it comes to the skills that you want to use, you want Firebolt for Firebolt enchant because you just get extra damage against enemies that are burning, and it's good for survivability. And the rest of the skills are just classic Sork. Flame.
Not while I'm in town.
How can I help?
Good book.
ready yet.
I don't really like those headphones.
Flame shield for the immunity and the unstoppable. Ice armor is good because you can. There's a new node where anytime you spend mana, it reduces the cooldown while it's active. And when ice armor is active, you get mana regen, and it's just nice for the barrier. But this is probably the only skill I'd recommend swapping out. Teleport. We always want teleport, damage reduction, movement speed. And then on the actual bar, I have Ice Blades. This could also be Lightning Spear, but Ice Blades you can spam a little bit more because it has inherent cooldown reduction. And then I have Unstable Currents. This is just for fighting bosses for the attack speed. This is pretty optional, and if you're having mana problems, you don't want to use Unstable Currents, you will just throw Lightning Spear on the bar. We have the talent points into Lightning Spear because when we throw out our Frozen Orbs, we are spawning the Lightning Spear, therefore getting the value out of the vulnerable here, and also stunning enemies. I'll just real quickly go over the skill points. The build link will be in the description, of course. So we go into Frozen Orb, and then we want the mana restoration. We already have vulnerable with our Lightning Spear, so the mana here is really key. And then we go Devastation and Elemental Dominance for increased damage, Teleport damage reduction, Ice Armor for the mana and cooldown reduction, and then Glass Cannon for raw damage. Protection, very good for permanent barrier uptime, which we need for our legendaries and for survivability. Mana Shield, obviously 24% DR. And then Conjuration Mastery. Like I said, on the amulet, you can get this up to +5 ranks. So this is like your bread and butter right here. This is the scaling of the build. And then Devouring Blaze, so we get extra crit damage against enemies that are on fire, which they are because of Firebolt enchant. And then we get Permafrost for damage, Hoarfrost, and Icy Touch for damage. And then I have the 2 points into Unstable Currents just for the attack speed fighting bosses. When it comes to your key passive, for a while I was using Avalanche, which is kind of nice, but our lucky hit is pretty low, and the only time we will really need this is kind of against bosses for the free mana cost. Turns out that Veer's Mastery damage increase is actually bugged and works for all skills, so you will permanently get a 20% multiplicative damage increase to close enemies and 25% damage reduction against close enemies. So not only is it survivability, it's also raw damage. You'll see that I also have 3 points into Frigid Breeze here, and this is where I want to take a second to talk about mana, because mana is a huge problem with this build when you first swap into it. So I want to go over all the ways that you can solve your mana. This build has an interesting interaction with attack speed, because the more attacks you can get out per second, the more Frozen Orbs you spawn, which then is the more Conjurations that you spawn, and the more Conjurations you spawn, the more you benefit out of Conjuration Mastery, therefore giving you more mana regeneration multiplicatively, which will increase your mana regen per second. The reason this is important, and why I mention attack speed, is because they drastically reduced how much you can get on gear now. You can't get it on your weapons anymore, and the rolls that you can get it on, they reduce the actual amount. So our attack speed is going to feel pretty low, therefore early on, it's going to be hard to get Conjuration Mastery, but later on you kind of rely on this for your mana when the build is perfectly set up. Once you can have more ranks of this on your amulet, and you're able to more consistently have like 10 to 15 Conjurations per sec.
Wow. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Shit. Wow. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Hey guys, welcome back. In this video, we'll be going over the fastest and best ways to get to level 100 in Diablo 4. Maximize your playtime by focusing on the right kind of content. I'll break down the various benefits for running each type of activity, as well as a comparison of experience points. Let's get right into it. First, we'll need to create our seasonal character. Be sure to skip the campaign, pick the seasonal realm, and for the first time, we want to start out in World Tier 2 for the new 50% experience points bonus. Before diving right in, I highly recommend researching a leveling build for your class. These builds typically have strong wave clearing abilities even without gearing for it. Start out in Sanctuary by completing the seasonal quest. Complete this until you unlock the seasonal vendor that's going to be pretty important later on. For leveling 1 to 50, my top recommendation is running the new and updated Helltide. The update made Helltides in Season 4 accessible in World Tier 1 and 2. To locate a Helltide, look for the red areas on your map. Helltides are up for 55 minutes and down for 5 minutes before switching to a new region. When you enter this region, you will have 3 new user interface elements in the top right. Defeating enemies in Helltide will drop aberrant cinders. You'll want to collect these to open special Helltide chests. Defeating enemies and opening Helltide chests will increase your threat meter. The higher the threat meter, the more you'll be ambushed by enemies. When you max out your threat, you'll constantly be ambushed by enemies, leading to a final boss elite enemy called a Hellborn. Don't hold on to too many aberrant cinders. Dying in Helltide will reduce your aberrant cinders by half and also reset your threat meter. Defeating Hellborns and opening Helltide chests have a chance at dropping Baneful Hearts. You'll need Baneful Hearts to activate a new event called the Accursed Ritual. Locate these on your map by this icon. For those of you who have played Helltide before, Helltides in World Tier 1 and 2 will be limited to only Chests of Mysteries, and instead of costing 250 aberrant cinders, they'll only cost 100. Helltides also have their own exclusive whispers. Be sure not to ignore these when farming Helltides for experience points. The Helltide leveling strategy is all about making sure you're never skipping groups of enemies. To maximize your experience points per hour, you'll want to non-stop move from group to group of enemies without stopping. It's also important to have a secondary objective in mind. If you're nearing or have 100 aberrant cinders, pin a chest of mysteries on the map and continue hopping from group to group on your way there. Also, keep your eye out for whisper objectives. Examples of this are destroying Helltide structures or something like interacting with Doomsayers. The only instance you'd want to stop doing this is if somebody activates the Accursed Ritual nearby. Depending on how strong the players participating in this event are, it's potentially your best source of experience points in the game. The Accursed Ritual boss, the Blood Maiden, can be pretty difficult. At each marker of the Blood Maiden's health bar, she'll become untargetable and summon 4 Hellborn adds. When you see a circle underneath you, run in circles avoiding the path of your teammates. When the Blood Maiden leaps and bounces off the ground, at all costs try to avoid the area of effect from this move. It deals an extreme amount of damage. Be sure to turn in your Grim Favors at the Tree of Whispers when you're maxed out for a large chunk of experience points. Check your Grim Favors by opening your map and looking at the bottom of the screen. Let's compare the experience points from popular leveling activities. Legion events are multi-step events that happen every 35 minutes. Check the top left of your map to see if a Legion event is spawning soon. You'll want to arrive a little early to pick up the campfire experience points bonus, and you'll also want to invite anyone nearby for another free bonus. Completing a Legion event at level 39 gave me 227,000 experience points, about 1 level, for just over 6 minutes. Domain tunnel resets are great for players who don't mind grinding the same thing over and over. Domain Tunnel is a dungeon located just west of the Korbach waypoint. The goal is to clear the first area of the dungeon as soon as possible. Hit Leave Dungeon, open your map, and reset dungeons, and repeat the process over and over again. A run of Domain Tunnel took me 1 minute at level 33 and gave me 32,000 experience points, about a fourth of my level. At level 33, I ran around Helltide for 3 minutes, killing groups of enemies and completing a whisper. I got 135,000 experience points, a little under 1 level. I popped an Accursed Ritual, which took about 2 minutes to complete, and received about 107,000 experience points, about 75% of my level. Opening a Tortured Gift of Mysteries gave me 20,000 experience points, or about 10% of my level. Turning in my Grim Favors at the Tree of Whispers from completing Helltide Whispers gave me 50% of my level, and completing a full threat bar landed me another 85,000 experience points, or about 50% of my level. Overall, in about 25 minutes of doing Helltide, I was able to get 5 levels. Here are some tips for speeding up your leveling process. Don't forget to complete the priority quest for your class. These offer important buffs or utility that you don't want to miss out on. Class quests are done at level 15 for most classes, 25 for Necromancer. Try not to spend too much time in town. Consider that every time you return to town, you're not currently leveling. Pick up absolutely every piece of gear you find. You should salvage all of these at the blacksmith for important crafting materials needed for later on. Only upgrade your gear about every 10 levels. The difference in gear levels in the early leveling process don't make much of a difference. Focus on mostly keeping your weapon updated. As you near level 50, you'll need to complete a capstone dungeon to get to the next world tier. I recommend completing your capstone at level 50. Capstones serve as a benchmark tool for the next world tier. If you can't complete it solo, you probably won't survive in that world tier. The Cathedral of Light is a 2-level dungeon, each with their own boss. As long as you have a decent build and gear, there's not much to worry about. In World Tier 3, we have a couple problems to solve. Our survivability is going to be a major concern. It's hard to level if you're constantly dying. The problems we're facing are armor, elemental resistance, and max health. First step is upgrading your gear to a full set of sacred equipment. The difference in base armor and weapon damage is massive. To target farm certain pieces of sacred gear, there are more types of chests in Helltide that drop specific equipment slots. Turning in Grim Favors at the Tree of Whispers is another good option for target farming gear. Stop by the Iron Wolves vendor for a free cache of sacred gear. Upgrade your armor to protect yourself from physical damage by tempering your head, body, and legs at the blacksmith with worldly endurance. Aim for total armor or max health. Imprint juggernauts or disobedience at the occultists for a large boost to your armor. Elemental resistance will stop elite enemies from one-shotting you with elemental damage. Get elemental resistance by finding resistance on your armor affixes, keeping your jewelry updated with have natural resistance built into them, or by adding diamond gems to your jewelry sockets. Keep in mind, you'll need to do this again in World Tier 4 when moving over to Ancestral Gear, but this is a common practice for solving any issues with survivability. For leveling, everything is still the same. You'll want to do a combination of Legion events and Helltides to stay efficient with leveling. In Helltides in World Tier 3, when defeating Hellborns from the Threat Meter event, you should start to see profane mine cages dropping. These consumable items increase the level of Helltide enemies by 10, and also increase the amount of Aberrant Cinders and Threat Meter that you gain. This is the definite go-to for leveling in Helltides from now on, as long as you have good survivability. Dying while a mine cage is active will reset the status, requiring you to use another. Don't forget to take advantage of your season blessings by spending your smoldering ashes on the Urn of Aggression. You'll eventually receive a passive experience points bonus of 20%. Make sure you take a minute to take down some world bosses. World bosses spawn every 3 hours and 30 minutes, and currently this is the primary way of collecting scattered prisms. You'll need a lot of these in the endgame for socketing jewelry to your gear. At level 70, you're ready to complete your next capstone dungeon, the Fallen Temple in Dry Steppes. Once again, it's really straightforward with a few easy to complete dungeon objectives, but with my experience in the past, Elias can be a real pain to defeat. World Tier 4, once again, is going to become much more difficult. Follow my World Tier transitioning guide on survivability from earlier in the video. Over the course of level 70 to 100, you're going to want to get your armor to the cap at around 9,200. You'll need 120% of each resistance type to cap out your resistance, and once you hit these caps, focus on stacking max health and damage reduction. Once you're in full Ancestral Gear, it's time to focus on leveling again. Ultimately, you'll have two options, doing Helltides or switching over to Nightmare Dungeons. Personally for me, I did levels 70 to 100 doing purely Nightmare Dungeons and world bosses anytime they were up. In my opinion, Nightmare Dungeons are such a strong option because of the glyph leveling you'll need to do to make your character stronger, and because glyph experience only comes from Nightmare Dungeons, it's just unavoidable. Completing 2 Nightmare Dungeons at level 73 gave me 11,600,000 experience points in 10 minutes, or about 1.25 levels. I did this with mobs that were 8 to 9 levels above me. Experience points max out from mobs that are 10 levels above you. Running through Helltide for 20 minutes at level 74 gave me 14,400,000 experience points, or almost exactly 2 levels. As you can see, Nightmare Dungeons and Helltides are very similar in experience points. This is why I chose Nightmare Dungeons over Helltides for level 70 to 100. Around level 80, if you're geared enough for it, I recommend running a tier 41 plus Nightmare Dungeon for guaranteed item powered 925 legendary gear. This will hurt your experience point gains, but you'll start collecting your endgame 925 gear in exchange for harder experience points. To start your first Nightmare Dungeon, you'll want to do a Whisper turn-in. Whispers guarantee Nightmare Sigils to drop needed to do your first Nightmare Dungeon. Nightmare Sigils are also guaranteed from the end screen of a Nightmare Dungeon. As you start to accumulate Sigil powder, you can craft Nightmare Sigils at the Occultist for additional options. Nightmare Sigils modify dungeons with positive and negative affixes. Avoid the negatives Drifting Shade and Stormbeam's Wrath. These negatives are really annoying to deal with. You'll want to complete nightmare dungeons that are around 10 levels above you for optimal experience points. Make sure that you're not completing nightmare dungeons that take you more than 5 minutes to reach the end. In this instance, faster experience points are better than harder experience points. Here's a list of my favorite nightmare dungeons to do for experience points in Season 4. Don't forget to upgrade the Season Blessing Urn of Nightmares for increased glyph experience from nightmare dungeons. Getting to level 100 from nightmare dungeons, I was able to get 3 of my glyphs to level 21. Regardless of how you choose to level in World Tier 4, I highly recommend investing your Murmuring Obols into these 2 seasonal elixirs. Elixir of Holy Bolts is perfect for when you need some extra wave clearing ability. Once you get geared and you're tearing through groups of mobs by yourself, use the Elixir of Momentum. This adds a stacking movement speed bonus of 45% for 5 seconds, which is great for getting you to the next group of enemies. Thank you for taking the time to watch my latest leveling video for Diablo 4 Season 4. If you found this guide helpful, help me out by leaving a like and subscribe. Good luck and have fun.
Would it be so different than life in Sanctuary?
What's going on, you guys? Today in Diablo 4, I'm going to be showing you how to get all of your uber uniques, all of your regular uniques that you might need for your
Zakharum Church is supposed to be empty, but I heard bells tolling. They called to me, splitting open my ears. I called and demanded an answer, but I must face them. How many times a week? The sea water and rot. I'm going to drown in it. There is no escape. It's hard to think when the ringing of those damn bells fills my head.
It disgusts me to know they eat our dead. We eat black locust fruit before battle now. If we survive, the healers give us leaf to try and hold the poison. But if Roll's abominations take us, well, the meal they make of us will be their last.
I need time to I'm not ready yet. Day 3. Our research suggests that a powerful entity is bound to the island.
wizard now.
My skill is unmatched. You'll see.